SVB and not me.
We're getting married because she needs a visa.
Poppy, ak si sa nevrátil ku Goji a nazdar ostatní, ak tu je niekto v lurku. Ja som trošku tak predpripravený, jedno úško voľné. Mala by prísť Adoska, čož je asistenčná domová ošetrovateľská služba, akože terénna sestrička, čo ošetruje takéto kokotiny. Neotočím to, Vácej. Takéto kokotiny, čo mám teraz tuto také kokotiny, ale toto je v pohode už, len na chrbtici mám taký horší, takýto bazbek. No na chrbtici, na krížoch, dole na krížovej kosti. Hazmi sem nahádzal nejaké videjka, za čo som mu veľmi vďačný, lebo tie mosy ma až tak nechytili, ale tie divné miesta ma chytili. A tento ramen, nie som si istý, či som už nevidel. Ale predtým je tu voľaká, že vraj dnes je ten deň, kedy v roku 1905 bola zverejnená najslavnejšia rovnica sveta. Takže aha, to je MC na druhu, E sa rovná MC na druhu. Aha, táto rovnica, dobre. Tak poďme sa na to pozrieť, čo nám k tomu povedzá. Aha, nikto tu nie je. Si tu ty, Poppy. Zatál. Ja to beriem, že sú všetci u Gojiri, však nemôžem sa porovnávať s Gojirou alebo s Tutom alebo s Zikým. Vidíš, Hekate, ja som tu taký, vítaj. Ja som zvedavý, či tá škatula dojde alebo nie, lebo ona chodí v tak priebané časy. Chodila uprostred obedov, hej, sestričky krmia oných, tých kriplov, čo sa nevedia sami najesť a ona tam ide, že hej, ja idem ošetrovať. Strašná piča. Ale musíme sa tváriť, že ju máme radi. Sice v práci, ale pustila som si stream na pozadí. Krásny deň všetčemu. Krásny deň aj tebe. A? Niečo počujem na chodbe. Ale nepočujem dobre, lebo mi zavreli dvere. Keby som mal otvorené dvere, tak počujem až na koniec chodby. Tak to počujem len také hlasnejšie veci. Ale uvidíme, keď dojde, tak buď nechám pustené video, ale vypnem webku, mikrofón, alebo tam hodím burp screen. Však to je na 5 minút, ani nie. No. A som zvedavý, jak mi pôjde ten oný, lebo off-stream mi moc nešiel, keď som to skúšal, ten Forgive Me Father. A až o tretej to môžem ukázať na streame, takže tak. Strašne dobre to majú nazvučené.
Rok 1905. Revoluce v Rusku, Norsko se odtrhuje od Švédska, je založeno Las Vegas. Přesto tenhle rok vstoupí do dějin především jako rok fyziky. Za všechno může 26letý mladík jménem Albert Einstein. 4 články, které toho roku opublikuje v německém časopise Annalen der Physik, totiž budou znamenat naprostý převrat v moderní vědě. Einstein v nich bez odkazu na odbornou literaturu a dokonce bez diskuse se svými kolegy vysvětlil zvláštní výsledky některých experimentů, které po desetiletí znervózňovaly fyziky po celém světě. Z dnešního pohledu je nejzajímavější článek poslední. Vyšel 27. září a Einstein v něm představil světu zřejmě nejznámější matematickou rovnici naší epochy. Na následujících unikátních záběrech z pozdější doby vysvětluje on sám tuto rovnici takto.
E is equal mc square, in which energy is such equal to mass multiplied with the square of the velocity of light, showed that very small amount of mass may be converted into a very large amount of energy.
Většina vědců tuhle myšlenku prostě odmítla jako šílenství. Trvalo to víc než čtvrtstoletí a popravdě se ani nelze moc divit. Jeden příklad. Pouhý kilogram libovolné hmoty obsahuje podle této rovnice tolik energie, že by zajistila vytápění běžného bytu na 2,5 milionu let. Einstein ovšem zároveň dodával, že tuto energii je velmi těžké uvolnit. Jak se ale později ukázalo, i to je možné. Ano, je to velký a krutý paradox. Pacifista Einstein položil svou rovnicí teoretický základ k výrobě zbraně, která o 40 let později pozabíjela během pár vteřin 10 000 nic netušících lidí. On sám z toho byl zoufalý, a to i přesto, že v roce 1939 sám výrobu jaderné zbraně podpořil. Na začátku války napsal Einstein dopis americkému prezidentu Rooseveltovi a naléhal, aby Spojené státy urychleně zahájily výzkumné práce k výrobě atomové bomby, protože Hitler už na tom intenzivně pracuje. Roosevelt poslechl a tak vznikl přísně tajný projekt Manhattan, kde se špičkoví vědci snažili vyrobit pro Ameriku jadernou pumu dřív, než to dokáží nacisté. Einstein, i když v roce 1940 získal americké občanství, se projektu neúčastnil. Naopak v roce 1944 varoval před děsivým účinkem jaderné zbraně vědce i politiky ve všech klíčových zemích. Pozdě. Vědci už zašli příliš daleko. 6. srpna 1945 nad Hirošimou a o 3 dny
Pardon, ale tuto je... Tuším, je to ten záber.
Jaderné zbraně vědce i politiky ve všech klíčových zemích. Pozdě. Vědci už...
Tak tuto ho dobre odstrihli. Tento záber s autom, tuto že je auto, tak treba nájsť túto stopáž v tých videí historických, alebo ja neviem, jak to mám nazvať, kde to je celé, že tam je ten dom aj neporušený, lebo pred výbuchom tam za tým barákom to auto nie je. A ďalšia vec, keď to takto rozmrdalo ten barák, kde bola tá kamera, že tej kamery sa nič nestalo.
už zašli příliš daleko. 6. srpna 1945 nad Hirošimou a o 3 dny později nad Nagasaki se definitivně prokázalo, že na první pohled šílená rovnice E je MC na druhou opravdu platí.
To bolo všetko? 2,5 minúty? Fuck. Nevadí, môžeme ísť na to zábavnejšie. Čau, Keeper. Nemal som tam just chatting? Fuck. Mne sa zdá, že som dával. Tá doska, ja neviem, či príde, nepríde, má chodiť pondelok, streda, piatok. To je v píči. Čo si pozrieme, tie najdivnejšie miesta, alebo históriu ramenu instantného? Asi tie miesta by som dal skorej. Aspoň na chvíľku, za chvíľu musím zase do školy. Do školy? Moment. Keby hnela zavreté dvere, tak bych presne počul, kto tu je. Takto len viem, že sú nejakí dvaja ľudia na konci chodby. No však keď dojde, tak dojde. Keď dojde, tak vám to pustím a ja sa mutnem len.
In a world full of fascinating and unusual places, some stand out for their unique living conditions. This video explores 15 of the weirdest places where people have made their homes, defying nature and adapting to challenging environments.
Nebol toto... Hop.
Number.
To je jedno, tam som proste videl záber, čo vyzeralo ako... Jak sa to volá? Plávajúca lietadlová loď, alebo tak nejako.
1. Coober Pedy, Australia. Located in the remote South Australian outback, Coober Pedy is a small mining town with a population of around 1,700 people. The town is famous for its opal production, as well as its peculiar underground dwellings known as dugouts. Due to the extreme heat that can reach temperatures up to 113 degrees Fahrenheit, 45 degrees Celsius, in the summer, residents have found it necessary to build their homes below ground level to stay cool. Dugouts are excavated
Actually, to je cool.
directly into the sandstone hillsides and can be quite elaborate, with multiple rooms, modern amenities, and even underground hotels, churches, and shops. The town's name comes from the Aboriginal term kupapiti, which translates to white man's hold. This unique living arrangement allows residents to maintain a
Nepotopená letadlová loď, ale nejaký umelo vytvorený, neviem, či to je úplne umelo vytvorený ostrov, ale viem, že polovica je vybetónovaná niekde pri Japonsku a neviem, či sa to volá plávajúci ostrov, alebo betónová lietadlová loď, alebo taký nejaký priebaný názov, neviem si spomenúť. Je plávajúca, aha, dobre. Dobre, sorry. Že som to tak na piču povedal a to som si ešte nedal šluk. Dneska som nemusel si dať šluk pred streamom, ale dám si cez stream. A tieto baraky v doloch, to som tiež pozeral už nejaké video.
Comfortable temperature in their homes, typically around 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 24 degrees Celsius, year-round, without the need for air conditioning. In addition to the dugouts, Coober Pedy is home to an 18-hole golf course with a lunar-like landscape where golfers play at night to avoid the scorching daytime heat. The course is entirely devoid of grass and has become a popular tourist attraction. Coober Pedy's residents are a diverse mix of nationalities, as the opal mining industry has attracted people from around the world. The town has a rich history, dating back to its establishment in 1915 after opal was discovered in the area. Over time, the town's unique living conditions have made it a popular destination for tourists and filmmakers. Several movies have been filmed in Coober Pedy, including Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, Pitch Black, and Red Planet. While Coober Pedy might not be the most conventional place to call home, its residents have embraced the unusual living conditions and turned them into an opportunity to thrive in the harsh Australian outback. With its underground homes, rich history, and thriving opal mining industry, Coober Pedy is truly one of the weirdest places in the world where people live. Number 2, Catski Pillar, Georgia. In the western part of Georgia, there stands a limestone monolith known as the Catski Pillar, which rises approximately 130 feet, 40 meters, above the surrounding landscape. At the top of this seemingly inaccessible pillar, a small church and the living quarters of a monk have been built, making it one of the most unusual places where someone lives. The Catski Pillar has been a site of religious significance since the 9th century, when a small church was first constructed atop the monolith. However, it wasn't until the 1990s that a Georgian monk named Maxim Kavtaradze decided to make the pillar his home, in an effort to live a life of solitude and prayer. To reach the top of the pillar, Maxim and visitors must climb a precarious metal ladder, which replaced an even more dangerous rope ladder that was originally used. Once at the top, the living quarters consist of a small cell for the monk, a chapel, a crypt, and a wine cellar. The space is so limited that there is no room for a bathroom or running water, forcing the monk to make the perilous climb down the ladder to access basic amenities. Maxim's dedication to his solitary and spiritual life on the Catski Pillar has drawn attention from both the local community and international visitors. Despite the challenges, he has managed to create a small garden at the base of the pillar and has been instrumental in the restoration of the church and other structures on the pillar. Number 3, Setenil de las Bodegas, Spain. Nestled within the Andalusian region of southern Spain is the unique town of Setenil de las Bodegas. Known for its peculiar architecture, the town features houses that have been built directly into the rocky cliffs. These dwellings are not only built against the cliffs, but some of them also have the natural rock formations serving as their ceilings and walls. The town's history dates back to prehistoric times, with evidence of human habitation in the caves as early as the Stone Age. However, it wasn't until the 12th century that Setenil de las Bodegas truly began to take shape as a town. Over the centuries, the residents have carved homes, shops, and restaurants into the cliffs, creating a labyrinth of streets and alleys that wind their way through the town. The unique architecture of Setenil de las Bodegas provides its residents with natural insulation, keeping the houses cool during the hot Spanish summers and warm during the winter months. The town's name is derived from the Latin words septem nihil, which means 7 times nothing, possibly referring to the numerous failed attempts to conquer the town during the Christian Reconquista due to its natural defenses. Today, Setenil de las Bodegas is a popular tourist destination, with visitors flocking to admire the town's one-of-a-kind architecture and sample its renowned local cuisine. The town is also known for its local products such as olive oil, almonds, and honey, which are sold in small shops carved into the cliffs. Living in Setenil de las Bodegas means embracing a unique way of life that is both rooted in history and adapted to the surrounding environment. Number 4. The walled city of Shibam, Yemen. Nestled in the heart of Yemen's Wadi Hadramaut, the walled city of Shibam stands as a striking example of ancient urban planning and architectural ingenuity. Often referred to as the Manhattan of the desert, Shibam is renowned for its distinctive skyline of tall mud brick tower houses, some of which rise to a height of 100 feet and date back to the 16th century. Surrounded by a fortified wall, the city was strategically designed to protect its inhabitants from potential invasions and floods. The narrow, winding streets and the dense arrangement of the tower houses were constructed with the region's harsh climate in mind, providing shade and efficient air circulation to help regulate the temperature within the city. Shibam's tower houses, which can be up to 11 stories high, are made from sun-dried mud bricks, a sustainable and locally available building material. The exterior walls are coated with a layer of mud and straw, which serves as a protective barrier against wind and rain, and must be regularly maintained to prevent damage. The walled city of Shibam is not only an architectural marvel, but also a testament to the resilience and creativity of its inhabitants, who have adapted their way of life to the region's challenging environment. In 1982, UNESCO designated Shibam a World Heritage Site in recognition of its outstanding universal value and the need to preserve its unique architectural heritage.
Koľko zabývajú tam teraz ľudia, alebo nie?
For future generations. Today, Shibam remains a living city, showcasing the enduring legacy of its ancient builders and the timeless appeal of its distinctive mud brick skyscrapers. Number 5 Hanging Temple of Hengshan, China. Perched precariously on the side of a cliff in the Hengshan Mountains of China's Shanxi province, the Hanging Temple, also known as Xuankong Temple, is an extraordinary example of human ingenuity and perseverance. The temple was built more than 1,500 years ago during the Northern Wei dynasty and has managed to withstand the test of time, despite its seemingly...
Však tam hovoril, že steny sú pokryté zmesou blata a slamy, aby to ochránilo pred dažďom. Ale v Jemene asi často neprší. Ale neriskoval bych to, no. Zvlášť, keď je to v UNESCO, ty kokot.
A fragile location. The Hanging Temple is a complex of 40 rooms, connected by a series of narrow walkways and wooden beams that have been inserted directly into the cliffside. The temple is supported by a combination of these beams and the natural rock formations, which create a unique architectural structure that appears to defy gravity. The temple was built to be a place of worship for followers of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, showcasing a rare instance of harmony between the 3 major Chinese religions. Throughout the temple, you can find...
Tak oni si vedia zastrešiť všetky 3 pod jednu strechu úplne v pohode. A my, čo máme jednobožské, abrahamovské alebo monoteistické abrahamovské náboženstva, tak ich nevieme skovať pod jednu strechu, aj keď kurva pod jednou strechou by mali byť podľa starého zákona, ale nejak sa to tu nedarí.
Statues and artworks representing deities and figures from all 3 faiths, illustrating the shared spiritual values of the builders. The Hanging Temple's incredible construction and precarious location have made it a popular tourist attraction and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Visitors can access the temple via a steep and narrow staircase carved into the cliffside, which provides a thrilling experience for those brave enough to make the ascent. The Hanging Temple of Hengshan stands as a testament to the power of human faith and determination, defying the odds in one of the most unusual places people have chosen to live. Number 6. The Rock Houses of Guadix, Spain. In the province of Granada in southern Spain lies the town of Guadix, home to an extraordinary community of cave dwellings. These rock houses, or cuevas, are carved directly into the soft tufa rock that is abundant in the region. While the concept of living in caves may seem primitive, many of these dwellings are fully equipped with modern amenities, offering a unique combination of ancient architecture and contemporary comforts. The history of the rock houses in Guadix dates back to the Roman and Visigothic periods, with evidence of cave dwellings in the area from as early as the 8th century. Over the centuries, the inhabitants of Guadix have continued to expand and develop these unique homes, resulting in a thriving community of approximately 2,000 cave dwellers today. The rock houses provide natural insulation, maintaining a consistent temperature of around 65 degrees Fahrenheit, 18 degrees Celsius, throughout the year. This makes them energy efficient and eco-friendly, as the need for heating or air conditioning is minimal. Each cave dwelling is unique, with varying sizes, layouts, and decorative styles. Some even feature elaborate facades and outdoor terraces, offering a blend of traditional and modern architecture. Guadix's cave district, known as Barrio Santiago, has become a popular tourist attraction, with visitors eager to experience life in these unusual homes. Several cave hotels and guest houses are available for travelers looking to spend a night in this extraordinary environment. The town also hosts an annual festival, the Fiesta de las Cuevas, to celebrate the unique culture and history of the rock houses. Number 7, Meteora Monasteries, Greece. Meteora, located in central Greece, is home to a collection of 6 stunning monasteries built atop towering central Greece. Number 7,
toto vyzeralo tak, že meh.
Meteora Monasteries, Greece. Meteora,
Toto tam mali dať. Tento záber.
located in central Greece, is home to a collection of 6 stunning monasteries built atop towering sandstone rock formations. These remarkable structures date back to the 14th century when monks sought refuge from invading Ottoman forces and chose to build their sanctuaries in these seemingly inaccessible locations. The monasteries were built using a combination of pulley systems and human strength, with materials painstakingly hauled up the steep cliffs. In the early days, the only access to the monasteries was via long wooden ladders or nets that were used to pull people and supplies up the rock faces. Today, modern staircases and pathways have been carved into the rock, making access somewhat easier for visitors and the remaining monks. Living in the Meteora monasteries requires dedication and commitment to a simple spiritual life. The monks and nuns who reside there focus on prayer, contemplation, and maintaining the monasteries. Their living quarters are modest, with basic amenities and small gardens for growing vegetables and herbs. In 1988, the Meteora monasteries were declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in recognition of their cultural, historical, and architectural significance. Today, they remain a popular tourist destination, with visitors from around the world coming to marvel at the monastery's remarkable architecture and breathtaking views. The Meteora monasteries serve as a powerful reminder of the lengths to which humans will go in pursuit of spiritual solace and the incredible feats of engineering and determination that are possible when faith and devotion are the driving forces. Number 8. The Cliff Village of Bandiagra, Mali. The Bandiagra Escarpment, a vast sandstone cliff in Mali, West Africa, is home to the Dogon people, who have inhabited this region for centuries. Their cliffside dwellings, known as the Cliff Villages of Bandiagra, are a remarkable example of human adaptation to a challenging environment. The villages are built directly into the rock face, blending seamlessly with the natural surroundings and providing protection from both the elements and potential invaders. The Dogon people have developed a complex culture and society centered around their unique living conditions. Their homes, granaries, and communal buildings are constructed using mud and wood, with thatched roofs and intricate carved doors. The villages also feature sacred spaces, known as togunas, where elders gather to discuss important matters and resolve disputes. Access to the cliff villages is limited, with steep paths and ladders carved into the rock being the primary means of reaching the settlements. The Dogon people have managed to cultivate crops on the narrow terraces at the base of the cliffs, relying on an intimate knowledge of the local environment to grow millet. onions, and other vegetables. Their agricultural practices and religious beliefs are closely intertwined, with ceremonies and rituals held throughout the year to ensure a successful harvest. The cliff villages of Bandiagra are a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized for their cultural and architectural significance. However, the Dogon people's traditional way of life is under threat from the encroachment of modernity and the challenges of climate change. Efforts are being made to preserve the unique heritage of the Dogon and their remarkable cliffside homes. Number 9, Nagashima Island, Japan. Aogashima is a remote volcanic island located in the Philippine Sea, approximately 220 miles, 354 kilometers south of Tokyo. The island, with its rugged landscape and unique double volcanic structure, is one of the most isolated inhabited places in Japan. The small village on Aogashima, home to around 160 people, is a testament to human resilience and adaptability in the face of a challenging environment. The island's residents live in the crater of the larger volcano, surrounded by steep cliffs and dense vegetation. Their homes are scattered across the village, connected by narrow paths and steep staircases. Life on Aogashima is simple, with residents relying on fishing, farming, and the limited resources available on the island. There is a small school, a post office, and a few shops, but the village remains largely disconnected from the outside world. Access to Aogashima is limited, with only a single helicopter flight and a cargo ship connecting the island to the mainland each week, weather permitting. The island's isolation has helped preserve its natural beauty and unique ecosystem, which includes several endemic species of plants and insects. Despite its isolation and challenging living conditions, Aogashima's residents have managed to create a close-knit, self-sufficient community that embraces the unique beauty of their volcanic island home. For those seeking solitude and an escape from the pressures of modern life, Aogashima offers a rare opportunity to experience life in one of the world's most unusual and remote inhabited locations. Number 10, Palafitos of Castro, Chile. In the Chiloé archipelago off the coast of southern Chile lies the city of Castro, known for its colorful wooden houses built on stilts, called palafitos. These unique dwellings are situated along the shores of the Gamboa River and the Chanchi coastline, and were originally designed to accommodate the region's dramatic tidal fluctuations, allowing residents to access their homes by boat during high tide. Palafitos are typically built using locally sourced timber and are elevated on wooden stilts or pilings, with each house connected to its neighbors via walkways or bridges. The houses are often brightly painted in a variety of colors, creating a vibrant and picturesque landscape along the waterfront. The interiors of the palafitos are cozy and practical, with wood-burning stoves providing warmth during the region's cool, damp winters. The tradition of building palafitos dates back to the 19th century when the Chiloé archipelago was a hub of maritime activity, and the palafitos allowed fishermen to dock their boats directly beneath their homes. While modern transportation and infrastructure have diminished the practical need for these elevated dwellings, they remain an important part of Castro's cultural heritage and a draw for tourists visiting the area. Today, many palafitos have been converted into boutique hotels, guest houses, and restaurants, offering visitors a unique opportunity to experience life in these iconic stilt houses. The palafitos of Castro serve as a symbol of the region's rich history and the resilience of its inhabitants, who have adapted to their coastal environment in innovative and visually striking ways. Number 11, Slab City, USA. In the remote and arid Colorado...
Toto je halus. Títo, čo žijú úplne odtrhnutí od systému.
Colorado desert of southeastern California lies Slab City, an off-the-grid community that has earned a reputation as the last free place in America. Originally the site of a World War II Marine training base, the area now known as Slab City is characterized by the concrete slabs that remain from the dismantled military buildings. Slab City has no formal government or infrastructure, and residents, often referred to as slabbers, live in a variety of makeshift homes, including RVs, trailers, tents, and other improvised structures. The community attracts a diverse group of people, including retirees, artists, drifters, and those seeking an alternative lifestyle away from the constraints of modern society. Living in Slab City requires a high degree of self-sufficiency, as there is no access to basic amenities such as running water, electricity, or sewage systems. Residents must rely on solar panels or generators for power, and water must be brought in from nearby towns. Despite these challenges, Slab City has developed a strong sense of community, with residents coming together to share resources and skills. While Slab City may not be for everyone, its residents have forged a unique and resilient community in the face of adversity, embodying the spirit of freedom and self-reliance that defines this unconventional settlement. The community serves as a reminder of the diverse ways in which people can choose to live and the lengths they will go to create a space that reflects their values and beliefs. Number 12 Monsell Sea Forts, United Kingdom. The Monsell Sea Forts, located off the coast of southeastern England in the Thames and Mersey estuaries, are a series of imposing, abandoned World War II-era military structures. These forts were designed by British civil engineer Guy Monsell and were constructed between 1941 and 1942 as part of Britain's coastal defense system against German air and naval attacks. The forts consist of two distinct types: the Army forts, which were built to defend against air raids, and the naval forts, designed to protect shipping lanes from enemy submarines and mines. Both types of forts feature a series of interconnected steel.
A tam teraz akože niekto býva, alebo... Lebo to je 15 miest, divných miest, kde ľudia bývajú.
Platforms supported by reinforced concrete legs, giving them a unique and otherworldly appearance. The Army forts were equipped with anti-aircraft guns, radar, and searchlights, while the naval forts housed submarine detecting equipment and mine countermeasures. The Monsell Sea Forts played a crucial role in the defense of Britain during World War II, shooting down numerous enemy aircraft and contributing to the safety of the country's shipping lanes. Following the end of the war, the forts were decommissioned and abandoned by the military, left to the mercy of the elements and the ravages of time. Today, the Monsell Sea Forts remain a fascinating testament to human ingenuity and resourcefulness in the face of adversity.
Dobre, ale tam ľudia nežili ani nežijú. Ako je to zaujímavé miesto. Stačilo by tam nahnať polovicu ľudníka a rozobrali by to. Ale ja som čakal miesta, kde ľudia actually žijú.
While the majority of the forts are inaccessible to the public, and in
Áno, ale musia to byť v prvom rade Američania, v druhom rade prednosť majú vojnoví veteráni a športovci, športovci, ktorí mali úraz pri športe. A na treťom mieste sú paraolympionici. Takže ja som sa hlásil už dávno, ešte skôr, ako to testoval na opiciach. Ja som zisťoval, že či sa dá, alebo nedá, alebo bude dať, nebude dať. A mám smolu. Lebo fakt nikto nebydlí. Áno, presne, Hás. Ani nebýval, to je ten problém, že to bola proste len obranná pevnosť. Že to nebolo ako základňa. Však počkaj si, až to pôjde do predaja a Elon hovoril, že by to malo stať okolo $500. Tak si len počkaj. Mňa by zaujímalo, či by to vedelo mňa ozaj, že postaviť na nohy.
in various states of disrepair, they continue
Na to originál spravím židolištu.
to captivate the imaginations of those who view them from afar, evoking images of a dystopian world or a relic of a bygone era. The forts stand as a reminder of the lengths people will go to protect their land and the innovative ways in which abandoned spaces can be repurposed and transformed for new and unexpected uses. Number 13 turf houses in Iceland. Turf houses, or torfbæir, have been a distinctive feature of the Icelandic landscape for over 1,000 years, serving as the primary form of housing for the island's inhabitants until the early 20th century. These unique dwellings, constructed from a combination of turf, stone, and wood, were ingeniously designed to withstand the harsh Icelandic climate and provide a warm and sustainable living environment for their residents. The construction of turf houses involved the use of locally available materials and a clever architectural approach that capitalized on the insulating properties of turf. The walls of the houses were typically built using a combination of stones and turf, with the latter being cut into thick blocks and layered in a herringbone pattern. This method created a strong and well-insulated structure that could endure the island's strong winds and freezing temperatures. The roofs of the turf houses were made from wooden beams covered with layers of turf, providing additional insulation and protection from the elements. The interiors of turf houses were designed to be practical and functional, with a central living area known as a badstofa, which served as a communal space for cooking, eating, and sleeping. Smaller rooms used for storage or private quarters were often located off the main living area. The design of the turf houses was heavily influenced by the need to conserve heat,
Dobrý.
with
20 rokov to nebude a hneď sa vám venujem.
Is that a Subaru? Is that a Subaru?
Prepáčte, že som sa takto musel vypnúť, ale bola tu tá asistenčná domová ošetrovateľská služba a táto sestrička, keby mala nachystanú rukavicu, tak ako vôbec by mi to nevadilo. Lebo neprišla tá stará škatula, tá ľudra hnusná, ale došla sestrička, ktorá ma ošetrovala tak pred 2 rokmi naposledy. Strašná raketa a ešte aj s nejakou kolegyňou. Také proste dve tridcátky fajnové v legínách. Len to na mňa dva ťavie prsty pozerali. Museli vidieť, že mi behajú takto oči hore dole. Museli vidieť. Čo ti jebe? Čo ti jebe? No ešte dobre, že mi nefunguje hydraulika. Lebo by sa mi normálne postavil. Zober si, že ja som v takej výške na tej posteli, že keď sa tá sestrička sem postaví, tak vo výške mojich očí majú škatulu. A jedna aj druhá. A oni dojdú v legínach, ty kokot, chápeš? Oni dojdú v legínach. Dve baby, čo majú takéto rytky malé, hej? A Gojira dala raid? Goji si tu ešte? Díky za raid. Keď ja to spravím takto. Kokot. Ja som čakal, že dojde tá stará ľudra a ono došla táto, ona... Aha, ozaj. Díky Goji, díky, ak si tu ešte a všetci ostatní od Gojiry, kto ma nepozná, ja som tu ten kripličovský lol. A že v piatok dojdú zase tieto dve. Dobre. Reze nejaké weird intro. Ja som mal screen, lebo ja som si myslel, že dojde proste tá stará ľudrá škatula hnusná. Kde sme tu boli? Aha, tu nie. Tu sme boli. Tak už to je na patek, chápem. Kokos, ale chápeš? Prečo idú v legínach? Nerozumiem tomu.
Small windows and a central hearth providing warmth and light during the long, dark winters. The enduring appeal of turf houses lies in their harmonious relationship with the landscape.
Ešte dobre, že... Ešte dobre, že mi nefunguje hydraulika, lebo by sa mi normálne postavil. Zober si, že ja som v takej výške na tej posteli, že keď sa tá cestička sem postaví, tak vo výške mojich očí majú škatulu. A jedna aj druhá. A oni dojdú v legínach, ty kokot, chápeš? Oni dojdú v legínach. Dve baby, čo majú takéto rytky malé, hej? Asi som sa nechal trošku uniesť, pardon, omlúvam sa vám všetkým na streame. Radšej si dám jedno ucho dole, lebo išli dozadu. Toto je tuším ten oný. Ten ostrov, čo je akože v tvare lode. Nie, to není on. Ten, čo ja myslím, je opustený do piči. Dobre, naspäť k týmto islandským domčekom, lebo tie sú cozy. Čo tam má taký legíny? Dobre, podšata má, ale...
Small windows and a central hearth providing warmth and light during the long, dark winters. The enduring appeal of turf houses lies in their harmonious relationship with the landscape, their eco-friendly construction, and their embodiment of Icelandic resilience and resourcefulness. As interest in sustainable and traditional building methods continues to grow, the turf houses of Iceland stand as an inspiring example of a time-tested, environmentally friendly approach to housing that remains relevant in the modern age. Number 14. The Floating Islands of Uros, Peru. The floating islands of Uros, located on Lake Titicaca in Peru, are a remarkable example of human ingenuity and adaptability. These man-made islands, inhabited by the indigenous Uros people, are constructed entirely from totora reeds, which grow abundantly along the shores of the lake. The Uros people have lived on these floating islands for centuries, relying on their unique environment. The Uros people
Všímajte si tohoto týpka tu. Originál sa hýbe jak skurvené NPCčko z hry.
have lived on these floating islands for centuries, relying on their unique environment and resourcefulness to maintain their traditional way of life. The construction of the floating islands of Uros begins with the creation of a sturdy base, which is achieved by layering thick bundles of totora reeds in a crisscross pattern. This base is then anchored to the lake bed using ropes and stones, providing stability and preventing the islands from drifting away. Additional layers of reeds are added to the base over time as the reeds closer to the water begin to decompose and require replacement. The end result is a buoyant and resilient surface that can support the weight of the island's inhabitants and their homes. The Euros people construct their homes, boats, and other structures using the same totora reeds that form the basis of their islands. The homes are typically small, single-room structures with thatched roofs, while the boats are expertly crafted with curved hulls and decorative animal-shaped prows. The totora reed is not only a versatile building material, but also an important source of sustenance for the Euros people, who eat the tender white base of the reeds and use them to feed their livestock. As the world continues to grapple with issues of sustainability and the impacts of climate change, the floating islands of Euros provide a valuable example of a community that has learned to live in harmony with its environment, using renewable resources to create a self-sufficient and eco-friendly living space. Number 15. Tristan da Cunha, South Atlantic Ocean. Located in the remote South Atlantic Ocean, Tristan da Cunha is an isolated volcanic archipelago
Rezeň, možno ten TikTok trend? Maybe.
that holds the distinction of being the most remote inhabited island group in the world. The archipelago consists of the main island, Tristan da Cunha, and several smaller islands, including Nightingale, Inaccessible, and Gauf Islands. The main island is home to a small community of around 250 people who live in the island's only settlement, Edinburgh of the Seven Seas. Tristan da Cunha was first discovered in 1506 by the Portuguese explorer Tristão da Cunha. But it was not permanently settled until the 19th century when British colonists, along with American and Dutch settlers, established a small community on the island. Over the years, the island's population has grown, maintaining a close-knit and self-sufficient society that relies heavily on subsistence farming, fishing, and the limited resources available on the island. Tristan da Cunha serves as a powerful reminder of the
Áno, Tristan da Cunha. Tristan Tate.
human capacity for adaptation and endurance, demonstrating that even in the most isolated and inhospitable environments, people can carve out a sustainable existence and forge a strong sense of identity and community. The island's isolation has also helped to preserve its unique ecosystem and wildlife, making it a fascinating destination for researchers and adventurers seeking to explore one of the world's last untouched frontiers.
Zaujímavé, čo tam bolo v ďalšej ponuke. Čo ja viem, či chcem pozerať ten ramen. Nie som si istý, ale tuším, toto som už videl. A toto si tiež tuším. Neviem, či... Aby som nebol z toho hladný. Vedel odo mňa v Šepote sa pozeralo? V Šepote? Zdužec krokodílus.
In 1940s.
V Šepote? Mám niečo v Šepote? Nemám nič v Šepote. Jaký Šepot si myslel? Myslel si Discord? Urvalo uši? Sorry. Myslíš Discord? Čo od teba? Kde tu je od teba video? Mám tu od Poppyho. Potom ház mosty. Ház toto. A ház toto. Ale kde vo výspe? Empty. Lebo tu vo výspe nemám. Až teraz mám. Až teraz mám. Teraz riskujem.
Co?
Čo to sme pozerali? Áno. To sme pozerali kedy? Minulý týždeň. Helikoptéra. Ne? Sme minulý týždeň pozerali toto. To sme Miluške hovorili, že bod G neexistuje. Však dobre, len mne toto nezobrazilo hneď, tak preto som nevidel. Mne to len nezobrazilo, to je všetko. Až potom, keď som kvázi refreshol. Tak dáme si stratené vikingy. Ja sa pozriem na Discorde, aké tam mám heslo. Aby som išiel do toho levelu, čo mám ísť. A musím dávať pozor na čas, aby sme o 3:00 zapli ten Forgive me Father. Viem, že mi to nepôjde a cez jeden checkpoint sa možno ani nedostanem, lebo tam sa moc strieľa a je to doomer shooter, takže kinda hard. Práci nemám Discord. Chudák, on nemá v práci Discord. Kuku vrku, čo? Je vrku je oné posledné heslo, takže aké kuku vrku. No a teraz musím nájsť ten emulátor. Bude tu? Tu není. Tak potom by mal byť tu. SNES, kde je SNES? SNES? Áno. Áno, toto mi otvor. Toto budem musieť spraviť takto. A daj mi vikingov. Ne dvojku. Jednotku. Zas to hučí? Alebo sa to len mne zdá? Zas to hučí. Nezdalo sa mi to. No dobre, tak dám aj mosty od háza. Nech má Trebík radosť. Uľavíme všetkým. Jak to vypnem? Takto, Alt F4 to vypnem. Tak dáme ešte mosty od háza, aby sme uspokojili aj Trebíkové potreby sexuálneho charakteru. Videa. Mosty.
Bridges, they serve as vital transportation links, but can also be magnificent feats of engineering, art, and architecture too. These bridges showcase the beauty and ingenuity of human design. So, join me for today's video. I'm gonna count down the 15 coolest bridges from around the world. Number 15, Zhangjiajie Glass Bridge. China's Zhangjiajie National Forest Park is full of natural wonders that draw thousands of visitors a day, from misty forests to towering sandstone pillars. It's even been said that the Tianxi mountain range here even inspired the scenery of James Cameron's Avatar. But it's not rock formations or trees that tourists have been clamoring at recently. Instead, they're here for the 400-foot-long, 900-foot-high glass bridge. This bridge, which opened in the summer of 2016, comes as part of a trend in glass suspension structures, which leave very little to the imagination as you look down. There's Brave Men's Bridge, located in the same natural preserve as the Zhangjiajie Bridge, as well as a swath of other Chinese glass bridges in both urban and natural settings. All of these have been constructed within a decade of each other, each trumping the last in superlatives. The Zhangjiajie Glass Bridge is currently one of the longest and the highest in the world, and it's one of the scariest too. The appeal of these attractions is both the ability to see
Sad
the
that there's
natural
no
landscape
muscly girls in here. Well, I mean, yeah, but, sure, I like to joke around and talk about how, I'm strong women all the time, but that's not the only girls I like. I like big girls, pretty kitty girls, really witty girls, singing ditty girls. I like the lakey girls with the nice thighs. I like a good chest, no matter what size. I like the belly folds, I like the six-packs, really tall queens, and the short stacks. From the mild girls to the wild girls. You got style, girls, make them proud, girls. Yeah, I just really like girls.
Na vikingy.
Ďakujem, kaštánky uprdele. Nevím koľko, tak sa musím ísť pozrieť, jak vyjebaný sedlák, lebo furt to nezobrazuje a ja neviem prečo. Špina prašivá. Tak díky za 50 na Vikingy hneď po tomto videjku až do 15:00 budú Vikingy stracené a potom bude Forgive Me Father 2. A mal by som potom, jak to odovzdám, že áno, odstreamoval som vašu videohru, mal by som dostať nejaké free kľúče na plnú verziu tejto hry, tak dúfam, že sa tu potom nájde niekto, kto by si to chcel aj reálne zahrať. Napríklad taký pán Has, alebo taký pán Kaštánek uprdele. Zahral by si takú hru, že Forgive Me Father 2? Že vraj to je nejaká nostalgia. Ozaj, jak sa dávajú na Twitch tagy? Jak sa dávajú na Twitch tagy, hashtagy? Tu by som si tam mal ešte dať. Davidek Miloška určite zahrají. Nie, tagy musím dať. Ale nie, ako na Twitchi, ako Kanto mám dať na Twitchi tie tagy. A Davide kloboček za 50. Značky. Mám to dať do tých značiek? Asi. Maximálne 10, aha. Tak retro indie FPS shooter. Linear to je. Core to je. Old school nevím. Ale nemôžem tam narvať všetko. Toto ešte preč, toto ešte preč. Tak to by to mohlo ostať. Furt to tam nezmestím. Skúsim povyhadzovať nejaké. Kurva. Či to môžem narvať takto? Môžem. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Že vraj nostalgia. Nech to tam majú všetko, jak chcú mať. Potom si poprehadzujem naspäť svoje. Opičí, to je moc. Pardon za tento zásek. Omlúvam sa. Dva, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ešte jeden. Čo im tam dáme? Ešte jeden. Old school. Gore. Potom pôjdeme dokončiť videjko o mostoch. Vikingos.
Below one's feet and the element of fear inherent in walking on such a massive structure made of delicate material. And if that wasn't enough to terrify you, one of China's other glass walkways cracked under the feet of visitors just 2 weeks after its opening. Though authorities assured the public the crack in the glass was merely superficial and no one was in any danger, it's understandable why people were scared. When the Zhangjiajie Bridge was unveiled, a number of public events were staged to prove the bridge's sturdiness, including driving a car across it and whacking the glass panes with sledgehammers. The bridge withstood the test, but to ensure safety, only 600 to 800 people are allowed to partake in its glass wonder at any given time. Number 14. Milao Viaduct. Thanks to a strange technicality, Milao Viaduct is the world's tallest bridge.
Ty kokos. Až teraz som si uvedomil,
To
tie
a
auta
strange
tam.
technicality, Milao
Tie auta, keď si zoberieš, že aké malé. Čo ti to jebe? Fuj. No radšej by som išiel na ten sklenený most, jak táto.
Viaduct is the world's tallest bridge, a claim based on the height of the towers, which are taller than the Eiffel Tower. So at its highest point, the bridge reaches 1,104 feet. The height of the bridge deck itself is only the 17th tallest in the world, yet driving over it, it still feels like you're literally in the clouds. This cable-stay bridge is on the E11, a popular motorway route between Calais and the French and Spanish Mediterranean coasts. It's 890 feet from the road deck to the valley below, and the views are fantastic when it's not shrouded in clouds, which is quite often. And even then, how many opportunities do you get to drive through the clouds? The architects managed to create something straight from a fairy tale here. It truly is an architectural marvel. But many of the engineering aspects of the bridge were already worked out before the crew was given the brief to make the bridge look so good. The dream was always there. All they needed was permission. Building the bridge really was a team effort, and the list of famous engineering companies involved can go on for hours. As one might expect, the construction of the Milao Viaduct broke several records, claiming some not-so-exciting titles like Megastructure Bridge constructed several hundred meters above the ground without any loss of life throughout the 3-year construction period. It did become the highest bridge tower in the world, with the road deck being at 890 feet above the ground. Number 13. The Golden Bridge. Not to be confused with San Francisco's Golden Gate Bridge, the Golden Bridge in Hao Phu, Vietnam, looks like Snake Way come to life. This unique structure, backdropped by beautiful scenery, makes for a stunning sight as if it was plucked from a fantasy world. The giant hands supporting the bridge symbolize something divine, mythical, or godlike, lifting up humanity into the heavens. The bridge's principal architect, Vu Viet An, has even said the goal of the design was to invoke the sensation of walking along a thread stretching through the hands of God. It looks like they achieved that. Building this footbridge was an engineering challenge in its own right, because they needed to make sure not to damage the cliff below and make the structure blend in with the forest around it. The hands are supported by frames molded after anatomical structures and covered with decorative fiberglass, and the positioning of each finger was carefully chosen to invoke the desired effect. It's no secret that the construction of the Golden Bridge is part of a $2 billion investment to lure more tourists into the area, which seems to be working tremendously. With a bridge this spectacular and such a stunning landscape, it ought to make that money back in no time. The amazing Golden Bridge is the newest addition to the Sun World Bana Hills Amusement Park, 18 miles west of Da Nang. Number 12. Kaju Bridge. Humans have lived along the banks of the Zayanda Rud River for thousands of years, with the earliest evidence of their settlements dating back over 6 millennia. One of these settlements prospered and eventually became Isfahan, home to the Kaju Bridge, which connects the Kaju and Takte Fulad quarters across the Zandarud River in Iran. The exact date of the bridge's completion isn't recorded, but it is known it was built on top of an older bridge around 1650. The structure consists of 23 stone arches. It's about 430 feet long and nearly 40 feet wide, and it functions as both a bridge and a weir. The sluice gates built under the archways are still used to this day to regulate the flow of the river for irrigation. The upper part of the bridge consists of a large central aisle originally designed for horse-drawn carts flanked on either side by a pedestrian walk. The ingenuity interplay of vaults and inlets provides an intricate pattern through which air cools down, providing pedestrians with pleasant temperatures even during the hottest months of the year. Halfway through the bridge is a split pavilion, half looking upstream and the other half looking downstream, and it's recorded that Shah Abbas II once sat in the pavilion to admire the beauty of the river snaking through the city. The Kaju Bridge may be relatively small in stature, but its utility and architecture make it stand out as one of the coolest and most amazing bridges in the world. Number 11. Pont Jacques Chaban-Delmas. The Pont Jacques Chaban-Delmas Bridge is over 1,800 feet long, with 1,420 feet serving as the main deck and another 380 feet serving as the central lift span. The central section of the bridge remains in one piece, but lifts vertically by 360 feet in order to let tall ships pass underneath. It's a pretty unique bridge that takes the concept of a drawbridge, flips it on its head, and simplifies it substantially. The bridge is being put into place along the Garonne in France to connect the Bastide district of the Bordeaux city center near its wharves with the Bacalan district on the right bank of the city. The bridge has been named after a former Bordeaux mayor, Jacques Chaban-Delmas. Work on the project began in September 2009, and construction wrapped up in 2013. A pair of pylons on each side of the drawbridge section stretch over 250 feet high and are supported by concrete bases both 140 feet long, 59 feet wide, and 54 feet high. Each base section weighs around 1.5 tons, so while it may not look like much at first glance, the Pont Jacques Chaban-Delmas is pretty hefty. The bridge takes 11 minutes to fully lift or lower into place, but can remain closed to traffic for up to 90 minutes in order to let larger vessels pass through. Number 10. Langkawi Sky Bridge. Heading over to Malaysia for the next entry on our list, we have the Langkawi Sky Bridge. This 410-foot-long curved pedestrian cable-stayed bridge in Malaysia was built in 2005. The bridge deck is an incredible 2,170 feet above sea level at the peak of Gunung Mat Chingkan on Pulau Langkawi, the main island of the Langkawi archipelago in Kedah. To get to the Langkawi Sky Bridge, you first need to hop on the Langkawi cable car to the top station, where an inclined lift called the Sky Glide takes visitors from the top station down to the bridge. The bridge was closed in July 2012 for maintenance and upgrading. The curved section of the bridge is suspended by 4 pairs of front stay cables connected to outrigger hanging points located on the ends of the 3 curved 83-foot sections in a semi-fan array from the top of a 275-foot-high single pylon. The curved bridge deck hangs with its center of gravity directly below its point of suspension at the pylon head and at the top of the deck at an elevation of 2,165 feet above sea level. The pylon is anchored into a concrete pad set at an elevation of just under 2,000 feet, and its tip reached 2,250 feet above sea level. It's tilted from the vertical in 2 planes and stabilized by 2 main back K stables anchored into opposite hillsides. The 2 ends of the curved bridge deck are connected to 2 triangular viewing platforms on opposite hilltops. In total, the bridge is designed to carry up to 250 people at a time. Just remember, don't look down. Number 9. Capilano Suspension Bridge. Built in 1889 by the Scottish civil engineer George Grant Mackay, the 460-foot Capilano Suspension Bridge was quite a simple contraption: hemp rope and cedar planks. Once the bridge was in place, Mackay's property became popular amongst his friends, who took the name the Capilano Tramps to mark themselves as the adventurous types who would dare to cross the swaying bridge. The crude original version was upgraded to a wire cable bridge in 1903. Then in 1910, the property was sold and began changing hands over the years, as each subsequent owner built the bridge's reputation as a world-class adventure tourism destination. The span was completely rebuilt in 1956 and is now under the purview of a small chain of rustic tourist attractions. The bridge has come a long way since the time of these turn-of-the-century adventurers. The Capilano Suspension Bridge continues to draw crowds of visitors every year, and it's ranked as one of Vancouver's most popular destinations. On the west side of the bridge is the Treetop Adventures Canopy Walk, which consists of 8 wooden bridges suspended between a number of huge Douglas fir trees over 100 feet in the air. Bridges are secured to the trees not through nails or bolts that would damage the trees, but through specially engineered steel collars. Once removed, these collars will have done no damage to the host trees at all, being as if they were never there. But not to be outdone, in 2011, the vertigo-inducing cliff walk opened on the east side of the canyon, pinned straight into the cliff rock. The cliff walk is a series of secure and narrow walkways jutting out from the cliffs, through the trees and over the river, providing excellent views of the suspension bridge, then the river below, as well as the trees growing out of the cliff and of the surrounding forest. The cliff walk is a unique way to appreciate and feel the thrill of the West Coast. So all of this begs the question, would McKay and his company of merry adventurers approve of what their bridge has become? Number 8. Royal Gorge Bridge. The Royal Gorge Bridge is a famous tourist attraction near Canyon City, Colorado, within the Royal Gorge Bridge and Park, a 360-acre amusement park located along the perilous edge of the Royal Gorge around both ends of the bridge. The bridge crosses the gorge 955 feet above the Arkansas River and held the record for the highest bridge in the world from 1929 until 2001, when it was surpassed by the Lunguanghe Bridge in China. This Royal Gorge Bridge maintained the title of the world's highest suspension bridge until the Beipan River Guanxing Highway Bridge was completed in 2003, also in China. But the bridge remains the highest bridge in the United States and was among the 10 highest bridges in the world until 2012. The main span of the bridge between the two towers is incredible 880 feet, with a total length of 1,260 feet and a width of 18 feet. The tower standing 150 feet high. The steel base structure is covered with 1,292 wooden planks. The bridge is pretty stellar, but it's also incredibly scary to cross, so you better not look down. The Royal Gorge Bridge was built in just 6 months in 1929 and cost $350,000, which may not seem like much, but it's $4.2 million equivalent in today's dollars. In 1931, the incline railway was added beside the bridge to reach the bottom of the gorge, and in the 1950s, a miniature railroad was built by the edge of the gorge, and an aerial tram was opened in 1969. But to add an extra flair of fear and danger, a sky coaster was added in 2003, with riders being swung out over the edge of the gorge. Number 7. The Living Root Bridges of Meghalaya. These next bridges on our list is as perilous as they are cool. A living root bridge is a type of simple suspension bridge formed of living plant roots by tree shaping. They are common in the southern part of the northeast Indian state of Meghalaya. They're handmade from the aerial roots of rubber fig trees by the indigenous groups of the mountainous terrain along the southern part of the Shillong Plateau. Most of the bridges grow on steep slopes of subtropical moist broadleaf forests between 160 and 3,700 feet above sea level. As long as the tree from which it's formed remains healthy, the roots in the bridge can naturally grow thick and strengthen. New roots can grow throughout the tree's life and must be pruned or manipulated to strengthen the bridge. Once mature, some bridges can have as many as 50 or more people crossing at a time and have a lifespan of several hundred years. But without proper active care, many bridges have decayed or grown wild, becoming unusable, and you won't know until you try and cross. At over 165 feet in length, the longest known example of a living root bridge is near the small town of Pinersula in India, which can be accessed from either the village of Mokirnath or Rengtingleong. Number 6. Evergreen Point Floating Bridge. If you're ever in the area and going for a nice little joyride down US State Route 520, then make sure you roll over the Evergreen Point Floating Bridge. After construction finally wrapped up in 2016, this modern marvel took the top spot for the longest floating bridge in the world. The bridge spans a whopping 7,710 feet across Lake Washington and is wide enough to accommodate 6 lanes of vehicles. But how is something that long and wide able to withstand that much weight on a daily basis? Well, the Evergreen Point Floating Bridge uses 77 concrete pylons as its foundation, so the weight of the water that's being displaced by the pontoons is equal to the weight of the structure, which is what allows it to float. The idea of a floating bridge may be scary to most people, but don't worry, because this spectacle of engineering is pretty safe. It almost makes you wish you'd pay more attention in high school math class. The roadway's elevated 20 feet above the water, and seeing as how the bridge floats on the water, it uses 58 separate anchors to keep everything in place. Number 5. Eshima Ohashi Bridge. Alright, the next entry on our list feels more like a roller coaster than it does a bridge. Located in the Chugoku region of Honshu in the western part of Japan, the Eshima Ohashi Bridge connects Saikiminato and Yatsukacho Eshima, spanning a mile across Lake Nakaumi. It was built to allow the passage of large cargo ships towards the open sea, but the big claim to fame here is the fact that the bridge has an insanely steep and terrifying slope that's tall enough to let ships pass underneath it with ease. It's a stretch of road that's freaked out even the most...
Jakože je výbolský len preto, že je v Japonsku?
confident drivers. This looks like an insane roller coaster. Cars gradually ascend, making it less scary for drivers than the bridge appears when photos are taken from a straight-on angle. It's been nicknamed the roller coaster bridge because
Dobre, Krokodils, tak potom pôjdeme oficiálne premenovať film Posledný samuraj s Tomom Cruiseom a premenujeme ho na Prvý výp.
of its super steep slope and the appearance of being a bridge to the sky. The bridge is a 2-lane concrete road. It rises so sharply it gives even the bravest of drivers some fear, featuring a ridiculously steep slope that allows ships to pass underneath. The concrete road spans a mile and sends drivers straight into the sky, and then suddenly drops off. With a gradient of 5.1% on the Tottori Prefecture side and 6.1% on the Shimane Prefecture side, it's said to be the steepest bridge in the world. Number 4. Sidu River Bridge. When it comes to impressive feats of architecture and infrastructure, China has proven time and time again that it's got a handle on things. The Sidu River Bridge hangs over 1,600 nauseating feet above a canyon floor, connecting what amounts to 2 mountain tops. Opened in 2009, the Sidu River Bridge beat out the previous record-holding span, the Hejigio Gorge Pipeline Bridge in Papua New Guinea, which is suspended just over 1,200 feet in the ground. The Sidu Bridge was part of China's ever-expanding highway system, connecting 2 disparate parts of the country that were previously separated by difficult mountainous terrain and multiple rivers. The bridge stretches for just over 5,000 feet across the river valley and was so far across that the builders had to use a rocket to string the first pilot line across the gap. The hefty length is supported by 2 massive H-shaped towers, one at either end of the road. The hefty length is supported by 2 massive
Až teraz vidím, prečo Haas. Až teraz vidím, prečo by si sa rád pod nich prešiel. A nepočul som, pustím si to ešte raz teda, lebo som čítal aj chat, tak pustím si tento jeden most ešte raz.
When it comes to impressive feats of architecture and infrastructure, China has proven time and time again that it's got a handle on things. The Sidu River Bridge hangs over 1,600 nauseating feet above a canyon floor, connecting what amounts to 2 mountain tops. Opened in 2009, the Sidu River Bridge beat out the previous record-holding span, the Hejigio Gorge Pipeline Bridge in Papua New Guinea, which is suspended just over 1,200 feet in the ground. The Sidu Bridge was part of China's ever-expanding highway system, connecting 2 disparate parts of the country that were previously separated by difficult mountainous terrain and multiple rivers. The bridge stretches for just over 5,000 feet across the river valley and was so far across that the builders had to use a rocket to string the first pilot line across the gap.
Excuse me, ešte raz.
And multiple rivers. The bridge stretches for just over 5,000 feet across the river valley and was so far across that the builders had to use a rocket to string the first pilot line across the gap. The hefty length is supported by 2 massive H-shaped towers, one at either end of the road. The suspension lines dip in the middle and rise back up again, looking more than a little flimsy for such a massive span. This is not to say that the bridge isn't safe, as the huge amounts of steel and concrete that make up the bridge should be more than adequate to hold any amount of vehicles that might want to make the trip across. Number 3. Bamboo Bridge of Kampong Cham. A bridge doesn't have to be made of sturdy stone or high-tech glass or soar above the clouds to be amazing. In fact, one of the coolest bridges in the world is also one of the simplest, the Bamboo Bridge of Kampong Cham. This bamboo bridge is seasonal. It's built every dry season when the waters of the Mekong River recede and become too shallow for the ferry. Then at the start of each rainy season, before the rivers swell, the bridge is dismantled by hand and the bamboo is stored away for reuse and other projects. They do this because during the wet season, the river currents become too strong for the bridge to survive. Boats then ferry people across the river instead. Once the waters have receded low enough and currents have subdued, construction on a new bridge commences. First, tall bamboo poles are rammed into the riverbed and a layer of split bamboo matting is laid on top to make the surface. More poles at different angles brace the foundation, and the bridge is strong and wide enough to support the weight of light vehicles. But despite how the bridge may appear from afar, it is incredibly sturdy. The secret is hiding in plain sight. Because bamboo bends rather than breaks under pressure, driving a car or motorbike across the bridge causes the bamboo to continually flex and bounce, giving riders the experience of riding a wave, accompanied by the percussive and deafening rattle of the deck under the tires. Number 2. Henderson Waves Bridge. Singapore seems to be doing everything it can to pave the way for the metropolises of the world. Almost 50% of Green City is covered in greenery, and the lush environments are supported by a focus on renewable energy and future sustainability. Part of this interconnected system is the Southern Ridges, a 6.2-mile trail in the south of the city. It's also where you'll find the Henderson Waves, the highest pedestrian bridge in Singapore. Completed in 2008, the Henderson...
Aj keď ako záleží, keď sa na to pustia, dajme tomu, celé dve dediny, vieš, z každého brehu jedna. Áno, videl som, čo Gojira hrala, áno. Áno, Fizel hral Fízla, však. Tak, jak to povedal Tudzo u seba, tak som to ja napísal jej do chatu.
And Waves Bridge is the most impressive of all the bridges along the Ridges Trail. It connects Mount Faber Park to Telok Bangla Hill Park, stretching for 899 feet and reaching a height of 118 feet above Henderson Road. It also looks pretty cool. The bridge's most notable feature is its organic wave-like design. The walkway itself is formed by slats of yellow bala wood sourced from certified sustainable timber farms in East Malaysia, and around this flow the titular snake-like waves. The waves are formed by 7 undulating curved steel ribs that at various stages rise over or beneath the walkway. In some sections, the wave flows high over the bridge, forming alcoves that provide sheltered seating areas for passing pedestrians. The bridge was designed to integrate with green areas around it. At the same time, it was made with multifunctionality in mind. Not only does it connect 2 green spaces, but also provides a recreational experience in its own right. Number 1. Ruyi Bridge. When photos of the Ruyi Bridge began to circulate around the internet, many surfers said it was too crazy to be real. There's no way something this insane could ever exist, right? Well, wrong. The Ruyi Bridge in Zhejiang province looks more like it belongs in the movie Avatar than it does on Earth. Still, China is notorious for building some pretty cool bridges. Initially, the wonky walkway are about 460 feet above the ground, and the glass-bottom structure, which is 1,400 feet long and suspended 1,000 feet above ground level, was first opened in 2016. Since September 2020, the Unbelievable Bridge has been open to the public, but it didn't seem to get too much coverage outside of China until former Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield shared a mystical video of it on Twitter in November 2020. By that time, it had already attracted over 200,000 visitors. This curving piece of architecture was designed by Hiyun Chang, a steel structure specialist at the China Metal Structure Association, according to the official Zhejiang province website. Heyong Chang was also involved in constructing several other notable buildings, including Beijing's Bird Nest, which was built in conjunction with the 2008 Olympic Games. The bridge's architecture is influenced by the Ruyi shape of the Chinese folklore, which represents strength and good fortune. It's an awesome bridge that joins the ranks of China's many other mind-bending bridges, including the Glass Bridge in Guangdong Province, the Grand Canyon Skywalk in Zhangjiajie, and the Tiananmen Skywalk. I guess death-defying glass bridges are definitely a trend in China, allowing for easier observation and an immersive feel, but they're definitely not for the faint of heart. I'll see you next time.
Watch our binge-watching playlist if you'd like to watch all of our most popular top 15 videos. Grab a drink, grab a snack, and get ready to binge.
The Top 5 show has launched channel memberships. Thank you to our channel members.
Ja to spočítať síce neviem, ale chápem, že to niekto dokáže spočítať, lebo mám hnojarinu školu a mali sme tam predmet, ktorý sa volal materiálová technológia. Prístroje pre geodéziu. Hydrant a v dobách predtým, než existovali počítače, jak to robili ľudia? Papier, ceruska a počítalo sa. Rovnako len manuálne. Ja som brigádoval u jednoho oného, čo si prerábal chalupu a proste, aby mal oddelené od rodičovského poschodia, to bol dvojgeneračný barák, že chcel proste oddeliť nie len barák, akože poschodia od seba, ale aj pozemok, tak si originál postavil z balkóna most do polovice záhrady, že proste tá polovica záhrady, čo je bližšie k baráku, bude mať jeho tatko z manku a tá druhá polovica záhrady bude jeho a budú to mať proste oddelené aj plotom. Chápeš? Čistý kokot. A vysvetloval mi, že jak sa to počíta, že no, tuto pridáme, do tohto stĺpu pridáme ako konštrukciu na one, to som mu zváral, ja som mu zváral tie konštrukcie, tie armovacie do betónu, že podľa toho, že koľko tam dá železa, že keď tam dá, čo mám dať, kreslenie, proste, že keď dá 4 roxory do rohov a poprepája sa to, že sa pozvárajú do klietky, že to sa počíta ináč, ako keď sa pozvárajú ze šikma do klietky, ako diagonálne. A vysvetloval mi to, ale proste halus, dá sa to vypočítať originál, že na papieri. Že nepotrebuješ one, sorry, ja tu nebil, že fotiny, tu skočí z okna. Neskáč, don't do it. Ja si taký jedno hral na statika. A výsledok? Ja tu taký sledoval sračky kvôli vám. Jaké? Jaké? Podiel sa. Náš byt ve čtvrtém patře unese 250 litrové akvárium. More. To vážne treba 250 litrové akvárium riešiť. Však má 250 kg vody a akvárium nech váži 100 kg. Treba riešiť? Myslíš nejaké retrohry, idem inštalovať ten emulátor. Neviem, ja idem teraz tých vikingov, lebo to bola prdela aj minule. A potom musím o tretej zahrať toho oného. Činžák z roku 1900. To není verzia mňa 2.0, lebo dostal smrteľný zásah, ne?
Lou?
No. Čo už? Sme dávali na skrinku popredu do stredu. Sme dávali na skriňu od peru do stredu, aby nepolámal skrinku. Jaj, už rozumiem, chápem. Áno, áno, už viem. Už chápem. Má teraz nejakú super schopnosť? Dokážem sa vysrať bez toho, aby som o tom vedel. Možno serem aj práve teraz. Ani ja sám neviem. Vieš, ako tak, jak má Asmongold svoju challenge? Poznáte Asmon challenge, nie? Serem. Hej, ne, áno, ne. Poznáte Asmongold challenge? Už asi 10 krát. OK, tak keď som to zmiňoval asi 10 krát, tak na to mrdám. A idem na ten oný, na tých vikingov znova. Dnes? Otvor sa dnes. Loadni mi vikingy jednotky. A ešte Alt Enter. Hodíte mi tam prosím vás niekto onú kategóriu a ja sa musím pozrieť znova na ten zvuk, bo zase mám pocit, že to hučí. Buď už som moc vysoko, alebo to zase hučí. Nehučí to tak, že to vysoko. Davide, si tu ešte, alebo dúfam, že si? Ja som zabudol, čo sa stláčalo. Ne, žiadne B. Aha. Aha. Keket. A kde je U? Bože, čo máš do ruce, aby ich nezabudel? Však v vrku tam malo byť, nie? Čo tam je? Idem pozrieť. Lol, U nie je. Tak potom je to VRKV? VRKU. Tu mám napísané. Alebo tam je CVRN a Miluška napísala z prdele kuku a ty si z druhej prdele napísal vrku. Viete, že ste na vine vy dvaja? Viete, že ste na vine vy dvaja? Teda konkrétne Miluška a Hás to už len uzavrel. Jak to zruším? Nezruším. Je to všetko vaša chyba? Však dobre, už ma pustí. Čo mám stlačiť? No, hore. Neviem, čo som stlačil, ale ešte si potrebujem niečo prehodiť. Input. To. A čo mám na shifte? To nie je ono. Toto. shift je... Takže toto potrebujem dať sem, tieto dve prehodiť. Takže tento shift bude vlastne F-ko. A Bčko bude shift. Malo by to byť OK. OK. Týmto si prehadzujem, áno. Dobre. X-ko je strelba, C-čko nič, B-čko nič. Kokot. Som zbytočne dostal teraz. Mal som ísť radšej s týmto čurákom. Suka vyjebaná. Paraštivá snípača. A sme v púči. Bože, milý Bože. Ne. Shiftni k tomuto. A ty. To zežer. Ježiš, to zapomnul zas. Čo som sa chcel vyhnúť? Dobre, nestiel som nič. Dobre, nespravím mu nič, hen toho zabil. Výborne. Kopy všetkých. Jasné, že to hraje Game Pro. Ola vzdechil mimo obrazu. No. Som pojebal. Neviem, či si takto nenastavím aj Elden Ring. Čo som ešte takto si nastavil, že na F-ku mám na F-ku. Na shifte. Ako actually to má význam, super. piči. Čau, cudzo. Jestli som si policajti jeden... Áno. Jedine... Dojebal som to. Tak som sa netrafil. Som ho chcel zavrieť medzi tú kokotinu a one. Úplne napravo a není to. Opy. Ideš chvíľku pracovať? Tak a nech mi sem ten čurák neleze. Toho poriešim potom. Piče, ešte tu pojebem. No nič, pôjdem žranicu. Dobre, som sa ojebal, nevadí. Flexíš, debilko. More. Konečne problesneš húku? Jakú húlku? Máš aj luk, vieš? Viem. Viem, ale potrebujem sa naučiť časovanie a teraz som si to ešte aj prehodil na iné tlačítko. Takže teraz tu mám trošku tak vácej ako inokedy. A nevidím, kam padám. Dobre, tu sa už nepadá, takže... To bude zaujímavé. Bude veľmi zaujímavé. Tam je zase čurák. A to ani nemusím vytrieskávať. Výborne. Tak. S tou bublinou pôjdem akože hore? Akože normálne mám vstúpiť do bubliny? Lol. Normálne, že lol. Suka. Škoda, že nevyskáka tento. Ty zmrde pojeban. A Davide, keď čo si takéto osobné chceš, tak dojdi. Kurva! Nejak sa moc ponáhlam. Nom. Piče debil. Aha, dobre. Lolo. Normálne, že L-O-L. Moja bublina. Blop. Ňom. Takže tu bych potreboval ščítara. To si kokot. To nemyslíš vážne. Kurva. Normálne. Čau sa by. Kokot. A už pičujú. Už pičujú. Áno, aj ja mám. Presne, už na mňa pičujú. To čo bolo? Normálne... No ja bych potreboval, aby mi niekto prišiel preinštalovať všetko a porobiť tieto veci, lebo ja to nevím. Ja nevím, čo mám robiť. Lies of P? A jaké najväčšie klamstvo si zatiaľ našiel? No, Brášek, poď, ideme na prechádzku. Poď, ešte poď, tu až, dobre. Nevraciaš sa, že? Že nie. Dobre. No Poď smrdé. Kokot pojebaný, som to nestihol. Hneď! Daj Belgovi rovno aj štít a jaký štít a komu? Popi, ja neviem, ktorý je ktorý do pičí. Však tento má štít. Akože myslíš... Toto, že má dať tomuto? OK. Dobre, tento zvuk asi vymažem do piče, začína ma srať. Spokojný poper. Práško, ty si sa skoro rozjebal. Začína ma trošku hladík. Sa teším na tú zeleninku, čo si dám. Šalatová uhorka, jarná cibulka a rajčinka, ale takže korenie sol. Taká jednoduchá píčovina, jak to dokáže človeku zlepšiť deň. Hral som STM. Čo je STM? Nestihol som Google, sakra. Ale ako na to, jak stará tá hra je, tak dobrá hra. A ja vlastne ani hore nemusím ísť, mne stačí ísť sem, že? Nemusím ísť ani úplne hore za tým slimášom. Teoreticky ani pre ten modrý kľúč. Schválne ukáž. Ani tam nepôjdem. Aha. Už rozumím. To sa zíde celkom. Mohol som sa zase takto ukliknúť. Aj do piči. Dostal jakú pouku, ty kokos, že mu ostal ten život. To actually musím ísť pre ten oný. Ty kokot. Schválne, že to stihnem. Zase idem úplne zbytočne riskovať. Sabi, ja mám tiež len 16 GB RAM. Rozširoval, ale nefungovalo to. Budeme sa musieť vrátiť k pôvodnej onej srajde. Matičná doska to nepodporuje. Matičná doska mi nepodporuje 2x16. Max 2x8. Bohužiaľ, takže niekedy za 2 týždne dojde netvárek a pôjde mi tu onde sa mrdať s kompom. To nestíham. Tam na to. Budem ho musieť usekať. Lebo hen toho so štítom bude furt posúvať. Ale počkaj, on by ho mal posúvať len do jednej strany, nie? V konečnom dôsledku by to tam mal mať miesto. Dobre. Mne to kupuj do toho, čo máš kúpek 4 nových 4x16. No jak sa to robí, to preinštalovávanie Windowsu? Zvládnem to sám? A to potom aj... Čo to obnáša? Popi, to teraz komu hovoríš? Ďakujem. Ježiš, ja som mu donesol to maslo a ja som ho ani nepoužil, ja som debil. Tam sa dajú pičoviny zbytočné, čo Microsoft najebal za posledný rok. Dobre, s kým môžem po streame konzultovať toto? Popi s tebou alebo s hydrantom? Bolo sa 2 hodinky máme. A to vyzerá ako no-code zóna. Som vedel, že tu bude tento smrť zelený. Kde vypnú tie pičoviny? A na jak dlho by to bolo, taký preinštál Windowsov? What the fuck? Ukáž mi, čo je ďalej, dobre, to je... Nejaký červený potík. Rýchlo než mu zežerú štím. Ja niečo vyskúšam. Kokot. Však ale ma nechutila tá bubulina, to bude ťažké. Keď nemáš niekoho, čo ti vie urobiť tam priamo takto a nevieš asi. Na jak dlho by to bolo? Popi, a koho tu asi tak môžem mať, kto by mi zvládol preinštalovať Windows, keď Kripel so zdravými rukami, čo len chodiť nevie, príde za mnou, čo ja mám takéto ruky, aby som mu vymenil SIM kartu v telefóne. No poď mu dať cez krespiču. Aj to si to budem mať šit. Aha, kokot. Hovorím, že toto je ťažká pasáž. To tebe ten strp mám ako dať? Dobre, tento plachtí, ale čo ostatný? Tento doplachtil. Som piči. Ne. Hydrante, ne, nemám nič. Čo sa dalo streamovať. Ďakujem. Android, hydrant, Android. Prosím? Ďakujem. Hydrant, nie, neviem. Neviem spraviť z mobilu stream, lebo som to nikdy nerobil. Čo potrebujem? Toho, ne, to potrebujem teraz. Chápeš? Je to v piči, môžem ísť znova. Chod do piče normálne, ty kokot. Dve bubliny ani jednej sa nechytím. Nechápem. Čo tam je akože jeden pixel, na ktorý sa musím trafiť, alebo ja nevím. Dobre, teraz som ho ja netrafil, super. Piči. Budem dlho teraz na tomto leveli. Už to vidím. Pičujte. Ja, že sa od nej aspoň odrazí, alebo ja neviem niečo, ale... To je ako v piči toto. Jak? Čo tu mám robiť, kurva? Preskákať na druhú stranu. Jak lepšia bez chyby, keď ti tam dá pasáč, že nemáš nič, nemáš kam ísť. Proste padneš. Toto je presne to, čo bolo v tom tom segmente, že staré hry boli nesmyselne ťažké, len aby natiahli dobu. Chod do piče! No mne to nepríde, lahučke, ty jeleň. A chod do piče, dobre? Sa zaber. Zec mi, kár. Zec mi, normálne koko daj ze šupu. Has, Tarkov ma takto nenasere. Tarkov ma takto nenasere. Vieš, čo ma takto nasere? Elden Ring. Elden Ring. Áno. Keď je s tým najtakší, tak idem s tým prvým, no. Kokot. Zas tú poslednú pojebeš? Však ale čo nevidíte, že tam preletí cez...
Emotional, damn it!
Do piče vyjebanej, skurvenej. Tam preletí cez tú bublinu, jak keby ani nebola. Drbo. Jak nasraný ešte aj z takejto hry. To je jasná stolovka. Ticho. Teraz to dojebem.
I will send you to Jesus.
Popovar to možno hral. Poppy to možno hral actually. Ostatne neviem, a zase ma fúze svrbá. Peklia. Ale oholiť sa nechcem, lebo budem vyzerať jak 13-ročné decko zase. A Peco, že vraj tež. Na konci. Hovorím, ešte nie som na konci. Dostal snipov do pokot. A stláčam. Snížený. Wow! Smrt. No do piči. Tu som to akože nestihol. Kokot. Som mu chcel dať ten oný. Pompový. Skoro som to nakoniec dojebal. Skoro som to dojebal. Čau, Peko. OK, 34. VLCN. Pre istotu si zapamätajme VLCN. Dobre, neprilášam to, koľko to chcel, a už som to aj dojebal. CVLK, nie? To originál není fér. Tak už to tu plompičí. Zoberiem červený kľúč. Teraz to už asi jedno. Aj tak som nepochopil, čo mám robiť. Vyhás. Tu sa vás vrátiť nejde. Tých si nedostanem. Jebe ti! Aj, kokot. Že? Ale mrdá ti na tú hlavu, ty kokot. Ale nepičuj. By si neskákal jak trúbka priebaná, ale normálne. Keby sa kokot nezachytil furt tam hore do piči, jak tam mám skočiť, keď sa tam furt zachytí? Kokot. Piči. Pičo, však ale les, ne? Ja neviem, kam mám ísť. Ja neviem, kam mám ísť, tam ďalej to nikam nejde. Ja neviem. Aha, nevím, nemám ani šajnu. Tam som to teraz dvakrát takto celé prešiel. Tam není žiadna cesta ďalej. Ale ja som v nejakej hore. Tam. Tam je zase len pičovina. Lebo zase by som len padol asi. Idem to vyskúšať. Však áno, do hory, ale nejsom kurva už ja v tej hore, však som v nejakom podzemí. Jak mám ísť ešte do hory? Nechápem. Do piče, debil. Dobre, tak to neprebehnem. Myslel som, že prebehnem. Takže tam nič nebolo, len hentá pičovina, len ten štít. Tak idem ešte raz skúsiť. Že sa vrátim, ale... Tak si kokot! Piči! Kokot! Stlačím tú klávesu pojebanú a ono nič? Asi čo? Paráda. Ale aspoň viem, čo mám robiť. Možno. Možno. A držte piču kokoti. To vaša chyba. Ale to... Zas mi ne... Ja nevím, ty kokot. Stlačím to a nič. Doslova som sekal. Treba použiť ten redký. S týmto som tam doletel. Kokot! Ani som nebol hore úplne. Či to je... Tak som tu dojebal zase dobre. Neviem, o čom hovoríš, hydrant. Kokot, ak budem mať takto krče, tak tu nemôžem ani hrať hentú pičovinu. Kurva. A už by to aj mal ísť. Sa pomaly nachystať. Hydrant nie všetci mali v 90-kách doma počítač. Dobre, takže jaký tu bol ten heslo? No ja som sa poprvé dostal k počítaču až na strednej. Bohužiaľ. Dobre. 15:00, môžeme ísť na ten oný. Na ten Forgive me, Father. Uvidíme tam, jak ďaleko sa dostanem, lebo není to úplne easy hra na moju onu. A na co to deláš? Teraz kto? Hydrant. Ňom. Takto, nech to je fér. Díky has. Tak konečne to môžem pustiť, tú betu. A ako nech sa na mňa nikto nehnevá, ale kvôli tomuto si dávam easy a aj to bude problém. Lebo to je boomer shooter. Kokot! Teraz musím mať krče, kurva. Áno, slabko mindset, presne. Slabko a jednoruchý mindset. Mám na F-ku a tak nie, na shifte. Takže mieriť budem touchpadom. Uvidíme, jak to dopadne. Ja som zapnul skale na chvíľke, ani som nepodíval. Biežal k exitu, celké sem 20 vtežín. Super zbraň, rík, žranicu a ešte jedno S-marka. No vidíš to.
So have you ever done DMT?
Kto dal follow? Díky za follow. A pokiaľ sa mi tu napíšeš nejako, tak neviem kto si, lebo mám len jeden monitor. Si nezahral jedničku tohodle. Jako Forgive me, Father jednotku si hral? Tak toto je zatiaľ len demičko, ale bude aj plná verzia. Kokot. Keď mačkám klávezy, tak to nefunguje ten touchpad do piči. Budem mať trošku problém kvôli tomu. Ale ako, viem si predstaviť, že pre niekoho, kto nemá problém s rukami jak ja, tak to musí byť mrdá hra. Kokot, zase to netočí. Na kokot. Na kokot celkom, tie HPčka. Na chvíľku tu umrem. Pičo! A toto je ten problém môj s touchpadom. Hen, koľko mám HPčiek. To ani ďalej nejdem, hej. Jebe. Dobre to je, že? To nakladanie kamery. Jako, keby ma ten touchpad nehneval, musíme zistiť tú klávesnicu, tú polku, že jak by to fungovalo s tou kulou, čo vtedy Poppy našiel. Prečo tú hru neznáš? Lebo ešte nevyšla. Krokodilus. Kokot, vážne som zabudol, kade som išiel? Kde mám tú handričku? Čo je spriti? Áno, moja prvá hra s predbežným prístupom a ešte k tomu je to len demo. A Krokodilus vysvetlí, čo si teraz napísal, bo ja ti nerozumiem. Aha. No však je to tá boomer shooter, no. Neviem, jak vyzerala jednotka Forgive me Father, ale... Kokot! Som si pomýlil klávesy. Do piči! A teraz sa mi to pojebalo zas. Kurva. To je keď potrebujem, tak sa mi to kurví. A zás HPčka piči, kurva. Piči, že ten touchpad nefunguje, jak má, keď potrebujem. Kurva. Zás. Človek sa chce otočiť a nejde to, kurva. Čo mám tu piču robiť s tým touchpadom? Piči, a ešte krče, kurva. Piči vyjebané aj s nohami skurvenými. Odrezať to nemôžem. Ja som len ten checkpoint, ale nevadí, čo už. Piče. To síce je boomer shooter, ale ja to musím hrať trošku viac ako Tarkov, trošku viac takticky. Koľko na neho netrafím, aha. To ti jebe. Kot. Že sa... Zas tuto v tejto časti zas mi to bude ten oný touchpad pojebaný. Kde je ďalší skurviak sa hraje? Tam je dole jeden. Ideme. Kde je ešte jeden? Super, to som dojebal. Kade prejde kokot? Ja viem, že on niekade prejde. Počkaj, to by som mohol nájsť... Á, tu je hapička. Áno, Has, presne. Je to síce boomer shooter, ale ja to musím hrať jak Tarku, doslova. Kurva! Vytočne som si minul patrón. No, tuto bude ten... Tuto som za off-stream, keď som to skúšal si to nastaviť, tu som zostal oný. Tu mám problém. Tu mám problém v tejto časti. Čo? Ako touchpadom sa to pomierí. Kurva. Pičus, jak ma ojebal teraz. Pičo! Zás mi nejde touchpad, kurva! Do piči, to je... Na hovno, na hovno. Áno, lebo potrebujem prehodiť zbraň. Super. Čo? Že treba ten touchpad niekedy... A zas to nejde, kurva. A tento ma tu teraz rozjebe, lebo ho neviem trafiť. Aj. Len malá pripomienka for devs, for developers, I play with this. No ja sa musím prirovnať, mňa zase stiahlo dole. Je korče, a zase mám ďalší. Takže momentík poprosím. WTF? Dobre, zaujímavé. Asi nie, ale tento stream potom musím dať link. Aha, to je super. Ale link na stream a na záznam na YouTube musím dať potom na Lurkit. No ukáž. Super. Nádhera. Funguj! Pičovský touchpad pojebaný. Nakazený. A zás to nejde, kurva! Či? Kurva to fakt sere. Hovno, muníciu potrebujem. Do piči. Ja potrebujem prehodiť. Dva. Prečo to nemá zbranie pod číslami, že to by dávalo zmysel. Čo? Píče vyjebanej. Dobre dojebal. Však tu sú pod číslami, kurva, čo to nefunguje? Je niečo na kvečku? Če? Nehaz, ono to ide na tom touchpade palcom, ale niekedy proste ja neviem prečo, ale proste nereaguje. Však už som si dal na kvečko prehadzovanie zbraní. No... Čísla nefungujú, neviem prečo. Tak switch to preview s VIPom som dal na kvečko a budem kvečkom prehadzovať. Ale ma sere, že ako ten touchpad niekedy proste... Ja neviem, či to je tým, že držím viac kláves alebo čo, ale... Beháš po ňom s tým palcom a on nič. A frustruje sa, to jak kokot. A? Zmrt? Pištoľový? No nič. Musím to hrať karkou. Odkiaľ strieľa? Vieš, toto by bola taká prdel, keď by som to mohol hrať normálne, že on, vieš, fast pace. Dvoma rukami, to by bolo taká prdel, ešte to vyzerá. Aha. Nevadí, nevadí. Mám tu na kvečku. To čo bolo? Je to bol ten Madness a ja neviem, čo to robí. Musím vyskúšať. Amo do brokovnice a nemôžem ho zobrať? Asi mám plno. Tam je páka. Jak sa dostanem dovnútra? Blue key. Modrý kľúč. Jak som sa dostal hore? Aj tu sú schody. Debil. WTF? Neviem doskočiť, hej, halo. To čo je, džebejt alebo čo? Dá sa vôbec odtiaľ ísť ďalej? Nedá. Dobre, modrý kľúč. To chceš asi tu červený potom, že? No ale... tých HPčiek... Čiže nedoskočím nikam. To je pekné, že viem ísť sem. A to mi tiež piču pomôže. Kúkam. Skúsime inú cestu. Ale... Není tu... klaknutie? Madness Ability Control. Quick Save F5. No neviem ti kokos. A ani to Madness Ability mi teraz nejde. Neviem, čo na to treba. No, asi som niekde niečo vynechal, alebo ja nevím. A tu už nevyskočím, halo. Rozumiete tomu? Lebo ja ne. No... Niekto nejaké nápady? Lebo mne actually došli. Mám plno? Bože, munície, alebo... Nemôžem mať vás ako 12, alebo ja nevím. TF? V deme má byť brokovnica ešte, čo sme už našli broky. A samopal, alebo kulomet, alebo také čosi. Ale ako... Bráško... Bol... Som tu tiež obehal celé kolom dokola. Jak jeblí, toto nejde nič. Bral som tu kľúč. To ma nepúšťa. Mám žltý. Tento chce červený. A žltý ma zatiaľ nepustil nikde. A ja som z toho kokot. Tam sú náboje do broky, nemôžem ich ani zobrať. Áno. Áno. Máme písmenkané čísla. To som čítal. Však to isté, ako keby som mal oné. To kolečko. To isté to robí. No ja neviem, čo mám robiť. Mám žltý kľúč. Zas mi nejde touchpad. Nejde. Koľko čo je do piči? Poďte do všetci. Kokota, ani netrafím sa. Do kokota, bum. Pojebaný touchpad, nakazený. Zajte ho ani netrafím, debilného kokota. Mám tu nejaké ámo. Dole už vyzerá, že ne. Hore by som mal mať ešte, dobre. Odkiaľ oni strieľajú? Odkiaľ si, že? Jak si to myslel, pardon, nemyslel, čiste přehazování. Aha, ne, normálne. Ko. Teraz som si všimol, že ten revolver je nejaký zvláštny revolver. Á, tu sa tam otvorila oná cestička. Radšej pôjdem oné z pištolku. Mám akože jumpovať? Dobre. Čo to bolo? Som si ani pozrieť. Fuck! Teraz sa zorientovať, kam mám ísť. Rád by som, len zas kurva... Ja neviem, či to je preto, že... Ja neviem, masnota z prstu, alebo čo... Chodím na Twitch roky, teprve dnes zistím, že je full screen, ide zobraziť chat. To furt nič, že jo? Ne. Ale hlavne, že mám žltý key. Žltý kľúč. Som sa odbočiť doprava, to nešlo zas. Tak to proste išlo rovno zas. Ale more! Však tu není šprint. Ešte som dostal fall damage. Do Krista Boha! A není tu ani skrčenie sa. Čo? Zaujímavý a krásny detail. Ochod pojebaný. Matlavý. Ja som počul tie kroky. Ja tam vidím ten loot. Len neviem, či tam chcem ísť, lebo kde je veľa lootu. Tam to šmerdzi. Tam šmerdzi prúser. Kokot. Tarkov taktiky vo fast... Doomer shooter fast pace, alebo jak sa tomu hovorí. Ježišmaria, to je... Pain in the ass. Môj gameplay sa stavím. Premárnený potenciál, že za oným nič není. Za závesom. Ešte mám baterku? Aha. Dobre.
Jožo, pičo, čti ten chat.
Jak to, že nezaplatil Popimu, aby udělal alert z toho klipu, co poslal Nihy.
Bruh.
Bele verem a fasto mișten saia, babi hari už na pofadro. Ki verem a foga ja staku ťa fajadra. Kvôli tomu, čo som tam povedal. A mohol by som si praviť kategóriu. A za chvíľku budem musieť končiť do bola. Klikanie na soundy, tak dík. Tak spravte z toho zvuk a hoďte si to do oného. Do sound requestu, alebo jak sa to volá. Ináč F5 teda radšej. A dobrá baterka, ľúbi sa mi to sa mi ľúbi, že baterku si musíš actually nabíjať. Kto to prežil? Kokos, ja... Fuj, budem chodiť radšej s nožom. Škoda patrónov. Pičo. Už musím vyskúšať ten madness. Ale nechápem, čo to robí. Nepochopil som to, čo to má robiť. A asi som aj zablúdil. No ale popiči mechanika toto, že? Z tú baterku. Sa vrátil len. Ale ono musí ísť nejako ísť ďalej alebo niečo, alebo ja nevím, niečo proste. Aha, to ma nenapadlo, že? Debilko. Checkpoint. Pičo. Kokot! Ja že to preskočím. Uá! Cez čo som behal, že by to bralo HPčka. Jo, kokot! Če? Modrý kľúč. Čo? Som dojebal! Som dojebal. Au, kokot! Moment, mám krče zas. Tak vieš, ako v málo kde v hrách tu máš to takéto oné. V koľkatých hrách tu máš, kde máš flešku, že takto prehadzuješ. Nemáš moc takých hier. Až keby zhasnem. Či nemusíme ani zhasnúť? Neviem, či to mám rozbíjať, alebo nemám. Pičo! Pičo! Fuck this shit. Vieš, že si dostal broky, kámo? A do piči. Chcel by 20 nábojov do tej broky. Ups. Zlá klávesa. Bol dúfam posledný. Tu neskočím, tu je nejaká pičovina. A asi naspäť do tej. A zás mi nejde touchpad. Do Krista, aj do Boha. Kriste, zase nebudem vedieť nájsť cestu. A už je deň? No deň. Nechcem sa rozbiť, lebo už viem, že tu je fall damage. Ale toto som už moc blízko. Moc naspäť. Fuck! Tuto áno, si spomínam. One more to go. A to znamená čo teraz? Kam mám ísť teraz? Či teraz ma pustí sem? Ne. Presne, neviem. A za chvíľku vypínam stream, lebo... Maybe? Preto sa mi otvorila skratka. Tieto nie. Sa vracam tam. Tu sú kde dvere? Aha, tu až. Trpne mi ruka zas do piči. No ja sú z toho kokot. A? Pričol som checkpoint. Dobrý. Ale pijem dosť. Dosť pijem. Neurazím sa. Čo tiež bol? Že vraj som dosiahol nejaký checkpoint. A ja sú z toho kokot. No drahý Kristu veriaci, čo ste robili túto hru? Dobre, to sú žlté dvere, to je checkpoint. Žlté dvere sú checkpoint. A keď prejdem cez ne, kam sa dostanem? Tu som bol. To idem naspäť. Ísť naspäť? Tu nie.
Lou?
No tak si uži provietrání. Čus, čus. Kokos, ja neviem, kde mám ísť, čo mám robiť.
Suck.
Tex! Co mám robiť? No ja nevím. Som sa pomýlil, zbytočne som vystrelil. No ja nevím, ty vole. Ja neviem, kam mám ísť ďalej. Nemyslel som niekde niečo? V tejto časti? Z baterku? Pozbierali sa náboje. Ale ja tu nič iné nevidím, čo by som mal pozbierať. Že nejaký kľúč alebo niečo. Myslím, že to preskočím. Nenájdem dvere, alebo čo teraz? Nie tie, s ktorými som prišiel. To sú tieto, týmito som prišiel. To zase vracam, ne? Zase sem. Ja som niekde niečo myslel a ja neviem kde. Som modrý kľúč zobral. Do Krista aj do Boha. Ale do Krista aj do Boha. No už som to tu obehol neviem koľkatý raz. A furt nič? Ja nevím. No, čakaj. Tu som bol? Áno, to je len ten pre... To len behám dokola, jak opica. Tak jediné, čo ma napadá, lebo tam bolo povedané, že to demo sa dá prejsť úplne v kľude za pol hodinku, tak mne to
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Ne, mission failed. Bolo tam písané, že to demo zabere tak pol hodinku, tak možno tam nedali ten červený kľúč, ktorý mi teraz chýba do postupu. A pretože to hrám jednou rukou, tak preto to trvalo hodinu v mojom prípade. To je moja teória. Takže myslím, že týmto by som to ukončil. Jak stream, tak videohru. Ešte link vám musím zazdieľať. Tento link vám mám zazdieľať ako affiliate, takže nech sa vám ľúbi. A niekam vás pošlem a ja si potom doriešim tieto veci. Komu vás pošlem? No mám tu ja jednoho autobusára. Hrá Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed hrá. Máte vy niekoho, alebo môžem poslať jemu. A ešte k tomu je bez trička. Ale neukazuje bradavky, tak minus bod. Nie, nikto. No však Miloušek, áno Miluška. Miloušek, tak ideme Milouškovi. Assassin's Creed Unity. Ja si potom idem hento dosielať, potom uvidíme, komu dáme kulúče. Áno, ten vocas mi ukradol z chat. A večer tá tatárka nevím, ale s házom si dám po večeri asi, ak bude chceť. Alebo o 7 večer, tak uvidíme.
Mechanical.
mystery of where to find Flamel's laboratory is beyond my powers.